After a solid showing in the Citrus Series, taking 3 of 4 from their South Florida brethren, the Rays turn their attention to the American League East as Toronto arrives at the Trop, with right-hander Chris Archer going to the hill against Jose Bautista and the Blue Jays. Tonight at Tropicana Field, the Rays homestand continues as they move back inside the American League after dividing 2 with Miami to open the stand. Tonight they'll open a 3-game series hosting the Toronto Blue Jays. Hi again, everybody. Welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Good to have you aboard. Alex Cordry will be joining us throughout the evening as well. Big victory for the Rays last night to get back to 500, a 5-1 win. And for the second time, Tim Beckham, hitting 2 home runs in a single game, led the way.
Listen, for Tim Beckham, you leave a ball out over the plate at your own risk. That is how hot he is right now. You know, after a slow start to the season into mid-April, the turnaround for Tim Beckham has been pretty dramatic. As you see, the last 17 games at batting average at .338, he has 22 hits in this span. 10 have gone for extra bases, including 6 home runs. And by looking at this video right here, again, leave it out over the plate, he is crushing it, destroying mistakes, and showing no signs of slowing down when you think about his game last night as he went deep twice. Again, for a long time, it was the Rays' only 2 hits in that ball game. On the other side, Chris Archer against the Toronto Blue Jays. He'll be seeing them for the 3rd time. The first 2 starts, simply one word comes to mind. That is overpowering. 15 innings in the 2 starts, a 180 earned run average, 13 strikeouts. How about the opponent's average? He's taken the changeup against this team, and he's put it in his back pocket. It has been fastball, slider, and it has been very good.
So Chris Archer goes to the hill with a record of 6-4 in his career against the Toronto Ball Club. The Blue Jays counter with Francisco Liriano, the veteran left-hander, 3-3 in his career against the Rays with an earned run average of better than 5. Key 7-game stretch here as the Rays get back inside the American League, with Toronto and Kansas City coming to town on the rest of this homestand. And Alex Cordry takes a look at what the Rays could do in that time when we come back.
at Tropicana Field, where the Rays have been playing terrific baseball at home. They are 10-5 at home this season, and they'll look to keep it going against two teams who have the worst records in the American League. First, they welcome the Blue Jays into town, who on the road, they are 5-11, while the Kansas City Royals are 2-11 away from home. But nobody on the Rays team is paying attention to their records. Kevin Cash is the first to remind his team that the Jays took 2 of 3 when they were in Toronto last weekend.
Yeah, I looked at their some of their numbers, and from when we left, they played well against us, and then they went in and had a strong 2 series or whatever it was. So they're coming in a little hotter. We're both in the same boat that we're trying to win as many games as possible right now. Certainly not a team to take lightly because we know they're a good club.
Well, the Rays will look to cool down a Toronto team that is starting to come around. Now, Tampa Bay took 3 of 4 from the Jays in the early series here at the Trop, and they'll look to do so again. Chris Archer will lead the way as the first pitch is coming at you fast right here after the break.
Rays and the Blue Jays go at it tonight at Tropicana Field, and Chris Archer heads to the hill, making his 7th start to open this series against Toronto. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. This one presented by your Southern Ford dealers for the visiting Toronto Blue Jays. Kevin Pillar will lead it off. He's been a hot hitter for most of the year for the Blue Jays. Otherwise, it's been a challenge for Toronto. Jose Bautista will hit second, with Russell Martin catching, batting third. Kendricks Morales, the cleanup hitter, the DH. Behind him, Justin Smoak, and then Steve Pearce. Ryan Goins is in there at short. Devin Travis, the second baseman, hits 8th, and at third base, batting 9th, is Chris Coghlan.
Well, of course, Chris Archer taking them out tonight for the Tampa Bay Rays. And right now, Dwayne, this is where I would usually have some knowledge for you. A little tidbit heading into the ball game. I can't get over the new look. Check the new look. Pan down. Chris Archer. No socks showing. He's going with the long pants tonight.
Sometimes you have to be versatile.
I guess. Not used to seeing that look.
He's all set to go to work, off to a good start this year. And he faces Kevin Pillar, the center fielder. First pitch is a strike right outside corner. Pillar a little over 300 to start play tonight, 302. Popper headed toward short left center, could be trouble, and falls in for a base hit. Big turn by Pillar, and Kiermaier keeps it in front of him to hold Pillar to a single. So a man aboard, and here's Jose Bautista coming to the plate. And the last time they faced each other was in Toronto, and a pitch from Archer behind Bautista. Bautista and the Blue Jays taking exception to that. Warnings immediately put into place. That was the Archer-Sanchez matchup when Sanchez had to leave after an inning. And the Rays eventually dropped that game 3-1. So here's Bautista against Archer now. And the fastball is up.
And you obviously wouldn't expect anything to spill over. I mean, who knows? You know, we've just got done talking about a series between the Orioles and Red Sox where that went from series to series, but you don't expect anything more out of that. But we'll see.
It's a strike, and it's 1-1.
And that was the game, you know, the game before where Sousa Jr. was hit on the hand by Joe Biagini, and you kind of think that those the two incidents were linked.
And a strike call on the outside part of the plate. 1-2. So he gets ahead with the slider, and that's been the put-away pitch for Archer.
And just when you think his usage of that pitch can't get any higher, it continues to climb. Well, you know, you look at the numbers off of it. I mean, when he's executing that pitch, it's almost unhittable. And he'll throw it hard enough to where the velocity is a really hard slider. The break sometimes will look like a curveball. He gets that much depth with it. So big pitches, big situations, runners in scoring position, that's the pitch that he's going to lean on.
And he is out on strikes. So Bautista could not hold up on the slider. Well, that has been the pitch. He had more strikeouts on a slider than anybody else last year. And he gets Bautista on the slider for the first out tonight. One away with Pillar at first. And here's Russell Martin. Way up. Mid-90s fastball. One on, one out. We are just underway. Pitch upstairs takes it to 2-0.
And you wouldn't expect Chris Archer's approach to change very much at all, at least not in, you know, the totality of what he's trying to do. Maybe each individual hitter, he's going to mix some sequences a little differently, but primarily it has been the fastball slider against this team, both starts, and he's absolutely overmatched him.
It's a strike there, and it's 2-1. And you sometimes wonder, you know, pitchers face the same team in a short period of time. Archer doing that here. The Rays have seen Liriano frequently already this year, but at the end of the day, I guess you've got to pitch to your strength.
That's it. That's it. And if you've had success against that team, which Archer obviously has.
Here's Beckham with the grab, out at second, out at first on the double play. 6-4-3 as Martin rolls into 2. Beckham starts the double play, and he will start the bottom of the first. Beckham, coming off the 2-home run game last night, will lead off when we come back. First inning, Rays coming in to hit. We'll take a look at the starting lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Tim Beckham leads off at shortstop. He'll be followed by Kevin Kiermaier and Evan Longoria. Steven Souza Jr. in the cleanup spot in right. The DH is Corey Dickerson. Ricky Weeks Jr. hits 6th in front of Daniel Robertson, Derek Norris, and Peter Borges.
Taking the mound tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays, left-hander Francisco Liriano making his 6th start of the season, the 3rd against the Rays. And you'll remember that first start for him, disastrous, a 1/3 of an inning and 5 earned runs. But since then, he's really tightened up the ship. Last 4 starts, he's 2-2 with an ERA of just over 2 at 2.01. Take a look at that Blue Jay defense, brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. And in the outfield, left to right, we have Steve Pearce, Kevin Pillar, and Jose Bautista. And across that infield, 3rd to 1st, Chris Coughlin, Ryan Goins, Devin Travis, and Justin Smoke, with Russell Martin behind the plate.
Well, here's Tim Beckham. His pitch goes after that one and misses. Beckham starts the night hitting .278. He has 1 prior at bat against Liriano, 0 for 1 against him. He's quickly in the hole, 0-2. Beckham last night 2 for 4. A couple of 400-foot-plus home runs. Look out, that one foul, headed toward the Rays dugout. Well, you can see the first 10 games a struggle, but anything but that in the last 17.
Oh, he's been absolutely on fire. 22 hits in those 17 games. 10 have gone for extra bases. You see he's driving in runs. He's leaving the yard. Just a huge turnaround. And it's been anything that's been out over the plate is he's just not missing. We keep talking about it, but he keeps doing it.
Take the count to 2-2 on the take. It's too low. Well, the first time the Rays saw Liriano was at the Trop this year. That first series played between these two teams, and the Rays jumped on Liriano's inability to throw strikes and got 5 runs off him. It was a fastball, and Beckham chased it 1 away. There are the 2 outings.
And both times 4 walks, but when you're doing that spread out over 5 innings, sometimes can get away with it. Over a third of an inning, you create too much trouble too early. You combine that with 3 hits, one of them left the yard, and you get 5 earned runs.
Kevin Kiermaier. 1 ball, no strikes. A 2 ball, no strike count. Right back into the top of the screen. Now 2-1. Piece of that one and a foul ball. Count 2-2. On deck, Evan Longoria. He's back at third base tonight. Kiermaier takes it wide, and that will move the count to 3-2. Ground ball, and it's right to the second baseman, Travis. So a strikeout and a ground out, 2 up and 2 down. And that brings up Evan Longoria with the bases empty. Well, it was Longoria who hit that home run you referenced, BA, in that first outing this year when the Rays saw Francisco Liriano.
And trying to get the fastball in. That one leaked back out over. And Evan caught it crisp.
Ground ball, that's fair. By the bag, up the left field line. Extra bases for Longoria. The ball kicking back out to Pierce. Evans in with his 7th double of the year.
Well, good numbers for Evan off of Liriano. And it looked like Liriano was trying a backdoor breaking ball here. Yeah, trying to throw that slider backdoor, and look at that ball just comes right back over the middle. Probably fortunate you gave up just the double and that ball didn't leave. Regardless, Rays here with the 2-out shot.
And Steven Souza Jr. will be up here. Hitting .296 overall. He's been good with men in scoring position for the Rays in the early part of this year, hitting over 400. He's got Longoria at second base now, and there's a strike on the outside corner.
Hey, how about strange stats here? That was the 2nd hit this year given up by Francisco Liriano with 2 outs in an inning. Just the 2nd. 1 for 20 coming into play.
It's wide. 1-1. It's part of the good start right there. 2-out hitting by Souza Jr. That's what it's going to take now. Into the dirt. That pitch blocked by Martin. 2 balls and a strike.
That slider just yanked and pulled down well short and wide of the plate. Blocked there by Russell Martin.
Then up the right side. that's going to carry out a play.
You know, that slider, that's the type of slider that you throw when you don't trust the break on it yet. And you're trying to bury it down and in. And it's probably because of he's thinking back to the Longoria slider that didn't break like he wanted it to. So now starting a pitch, you know, on the plate actually. Oh, that was the changeup to. That was the foul ball. But anyway, that slider, trying to go down and in, he's trying to throw it there instead of letting the break take it there. He trusted that one better, and it was a more competitive pitch.
Yeah, here in the first inning, he's been somewhere in between where he was the first time the Rays saw him and jumped all over him, and the last time they saw him in Toronto when he was pretty sharp.
Yeah.
He's still trying to find it here in the first few pitches of this game. And that's wide, so he gives up a walk to Souza Jr. 2 men on with 2 men out. And that will get Corey Dickerson to the plate. A lefty on lefty matchup here. And Martin takes a slow walk to the mound before Liriano faces Dickerson. Well, from the Rays' perspective, you might be concerned a lefty on lefty matchup, but the way Dickerson has swung the bat this year doesn't seem to be much of an issue. Look at what he's done against lefties. 407.
Dwayne, when we broke down where he's hitting the ball and you start to, you know, look at those charts, he does a great job of staying in on lefties, and he's using the whole field. So he's not afraid to stay in, and if they want to stay away from him, you shoot the ball to left field and find a hole, whether on the ground or in the air. And that's what has led to those numbers.
First pitch is away. Well, this is right to your point.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Double digits in all 3 areas. And it doesn't matter on the ground, in the air. He keeps that front side buried against lefties. He doesn't leak, stays middle up through the baseball.
Ground ball to first this time. It will be handled by Smoke. Unassisted, and the Rays lead 2. Do not score through 1. 0-0.
Let's take a look at that Rays defense for you, brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. And in the outfield left to right, we have Borges, Kiermaier, and Souza Jr. Across the infield, third to first, Longoria, Beckham, Robertson, and Weeks Jr. with Derek Norris behind the plate.
Kendrys Morales will open the bottom of the second inning here for Toronto. The cleanup man, Smoke, and Pierce will follow Morales. Pitch is in there for a strike. See the numbers against Archer. 13 of 22 with 6 extra base hits, 4 doubles, and a couple of home runs, and he fouls this one the other way. 0-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Justin Smoak on deck. And a cut and a miss. He's out on the slider. 2 strikeouts, both via that slider.
Well, he stayed away from Kendrys Morales, and in that sequence of pitches, he saw all 3 of them. Saw the fastball, the slider, and the changeup, trying to backdoor that slider, and it stayed up a little bit, but Morales just a little bit tardy as he reaches for it.
Here is Justin Smoak hitting .270 with 4 home runs, .231 as a left-handed hitter. And he fouls this one out of play for a strike. So the Rays are 4-3 against Toronto. They took 3 out of 4 here early, and then lost 2 out of 3 to the Blue Jays in Toronto. 2 strikes on Smoak.
That disappointing series up in Toronto last weekend. Had a couple of games get away from.
Yeah, especially after winning up there in the first game 7-4 to lose the next 2.
Against a team that was really struggling at the time. Played better against New York. Still lost 2 out of 3, but they did score 18 runs in the 3 games.
Way up there, 1 and 2. Yeah, the Rays offense could not muster much in those last 2 games against the Blue Jays up there. One of those games, it was started by Liriano, and then 3 arms out of the bullpen. And then that other game's when they lost Sanchez after an inning and really had to piece it together. And the Rays could manage only a run in that Sunday game, the last game of that series, and lost 3-1.
The troublesome middle finger, the nail on the middle finger. He, of course, is sitting right there next to Jay Happ, who's out with elbow inflammation. I mean, some key pieces for this rotation on the disabled list.
2-2, skied to left. Borges will have to go back to the track. Started to feel for the wall and makes the catch just a step away from the wall and left. A long fly ball the opposite way off the bat of Justin Smoak for the out. And let's see how to play the next hitter.
Yeah, here comes the cheat sheet. Another slider. This one stays up again, but this one, instead of being swung through, Justin Smoak gets to it and makes it interesting.
Two gone with the bases empty. And Steve Pearce. He hits one high down the right field line. Souza Jr. into foul territory. That ball is out of play, out of his reach. And you're never quite sure with Souza Jr. down there.
No, of a couple things. First of all, he's not afraid to go over the low wall and just catapult himself. That's number one. Number two, if you're a fan, you look out. Souza Jr. closing ground, he's liable to go right into you.
And there's some snacks over there as well.
Grab one before you head back out to right field.
Well, you're sitting down there. You're almost guaranteed for some kind of baseball action through the night. Foul ball down there. That's a strike. 0-2. And you might get a visit from the Rays right fielder.
And you're not sure exactly what kind of shape he's going to be in when he ends up with you.
And he could be airborne.
Could be. He could be coming after you. It was a pretty boring trip over there for Susie Jr.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Pierce, with his 3 home runs coming in the New York series, just completed. And that one just missed a bit wide. 2-2. He did not offer. Pierce hit 2 home runs in 1 game up in New York, and then on Wednesday hit another one to account for his 3 this year. That's going to do it. A strike on the outside corner. Pierce caught looking. 3rd strikeout for Archer. Rays coming in to hit in the bottom of the 2nd, scoreless. Sports Sun is brought to you by your local Ford dealer. By Frontier Communications, good Fios TV, internet, and voice. By Jeep, get great deals at the Jeep Spring Clearance Event. And by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Ricky Weeks Jr. to open the bottom of the 2nd inning against the lefty Liriano. The pitch is a strike. Fastball from Liriano to start things. Strike 2.
Yeah, that's not often something that you see first time through the lineup. You know, coming after a guy with fastballs in so early in a game. But again, Liriano has seen this team now for the 3rd time in his 6th start.
This one is down, and the veteran Ricky Weeks Jr. trying to increase contact. He's gone through a little stretch here where in 10 official at-bats he struck out 8 times, behind in the count now, and makes contact on the ground ball to 3rd. Coughlin's throw is in time. 1 away. It's the Rays as a team. You know, contact or lack of contact, not necessarily an issue with this team. Maybe they're 4th in the league in home runs, 6th in runs scored. And they are tops in strikeouts with 298. Daniel Robertson takes a strike. And to this point, the strikeout for the Rays has been sort of a cost of doing business.
You know, it has, and it's been helped out tremendously by the number of free passes. You know, they also have the most walks, and so you get those extra base runners, and you can hide the fact that you may not be moving them as much as you would like. Sprinkling a little bit of power.
Robertson tries to check, and he does. David Rackley down at first concurs. Oh, there's that strikeout board, the leaderboard, and the Rays with a hefty lead on Texas. Now 3-1. Well, 3-1, and Liriano, as you might expect, not giving in there, staying away from a 3-1 fastball.
No, and not even going with the changeup. He goes with a little breaking ball, just kind of caught Robertson off guard.
And he got him on that inside part of the plate.
May not have heard of anything, but when you see Chad Fairchild jump out of there and become rigid, you know he's getting ready to ring him. Fastball right there in the inside corner, and he steps back. You know what's coming next. Maybe just a little bit off, but close enough to be called.
Two up, two down in the second inning. Derek Norris takes a fastball out of the zone. It's 1-1. Fairchild out of Ohio. Umpire, 46 years old, and we've already seen tonight he is willing to widen the plate a little bit on either side. Now 3-1. Peter Borges is on deck. It'll be ball 4. Well, the Rays catcher draws the walk. Two-out pass will get the number 9 hitter, the Rays left fielder, to the plate.
And if you're Francisco Liriano, you would like the number 9 hitter to lead off next inning. So make that 8 hole earn his way on. You know, he gets a base hit, so be it. But the 2-out walk to the 8 hole will drive pitching coaches mad.
This pitch is wide. The one complicating factor in that for Liriano, while Borges is hitting just .211 for the Rays, he's 9 of 33 in his career against Liriano. So these two have matched up before, and quite often. So they're pretty familiar with each other. 1-1. You know, you think of the Rays outfield situation. We were talking a little bit about it last night with Rasmus back and Dickerson, who can DH and play the outfield, and Borges. He got a nice pitch and fouled it back. Look at that one. Right down central. 1-2. When you think of the defensive side of that, forget the offense, just the defensive side of the depth that the Rays could have in their outfield. That's something that really hurt this team a year ago when they lost some key players, including Kevin Kiermaier in center.
Oh, yeah. In fact, they took the nosedive about the time that Kiermaier came out.
And the off-speed pitch has Borges out in front. He strikes him out. No score through 2. Score, and that's when our Toyota Inside Look, and you break down the Rays season 500 right now, and just a flip-flop, 10-5 at home and 5-10 on the road.
And how about that outlier? The starters on the road with a 282. It has not translated. The bullpen hasn't been as good, and they've not been supported very well.
Yeah, it has been kind of interesting when you look at the overall team ERAs and the batting average. The Rays hitting 272 at home, 210 on the road. And the home ballpark here at Tropicana Field generally will give an edge to the pitching and not the scoring of runs, but the Rays actually hitting for a significantly higher average at home than they are on the road. Ryan Goins leads off.
Well, and then on the flip side, the starting pitching doing a better job on the road. Places like New York, Baltimore, not exactly fun places to pitch compared to here at Tropicana Field.
Yeah, we're talking about that inside the division. All the other venues in the East really favor hitters more than pitchers, except for Tropicana Field. A 2-0 count. Goins, Travis, and Coghlan due up against Chris Archer. Goins 150 or 200 on the year. And a 2-1 count right now. Even the count. Tough pitch right there.
This is the slider. You know, when he's been trying to backdoor it, has stayed up. He tries to backdoor that one. He ends up pulling it down and in, but much better depth. And that's what creates the swing and a miss.
And he comes back and strikes him out. 4 strikeouts now. That one swinging on the slider. Let's check in with Alex right now. Alex, what do you have?
Well, Dwayne Evan Longoria had missed 2 games earlier this week because of a left foot injury, plantar fasciitis, but he's back at third base tonight after DHing for the Rays over the last 2 games. Kevin Cash says it was smart by Longoria and the team for him to miss the games in Miami, and it worked out nice that they could DH him. But how about this? Previously to the games that they had won on Monday and Tuesday, the Rays had not won a game that Longoria had missed going back to 2013. But then again, Dwayne, there was only 4 games in between that time that Longoria had actually missed.
Yeah, just another reason to make sure you keep him in this lineup. And he has done that, but not at third base as he stepped into DH.
And you know, and the plantar fasciitis, if you've ever had it, you know that it can be very painful and nagging, a nagging type injury. You remember a few years back when Carlos Pena had the plantar fasciitis and it ended up tearing. That ended up allowing him to stay on the field, to come back on the field. But that is a nagging injury that, you know, obviously has to be dealt with on a daily basis. Not a lot of fun to go through.
Yeah, and Longoria wants to play every game he can possibly be in, and just the number of games that he has played over the recent past gives you that idea. Makes a strong case. That is a strike, and the count goes to 2-2. As Alex pointed out, DHing the last 2 against Miami, sitting out a couple games in Miami. And since 2013, he's played more games than anybody in the major leagues, 670. And that became a point of pride, a central focus for Longoria to stay in there and play in every game if he possibly could.
Yeah, so you're not surprised by that stat at all, because you know you're around the team enough and you realize that that's the case. It takes a lot of responsibility on how this team does, how this team plays, how the offense is running along, and man, he doesn't miss time. That's why when he does miss 2 games in Miami, you say to yourself, something's really bothering him, because that is way outside the norm. And then obviously here, a few more days off your feet, but you're going to at least have the bat in the lineup.
One out, base is empty. 2-2 the count to Devin Travis, and he is out on strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the third to go with a called third strike on Pearson, the second. 3 strikeouts in succession and 5 in the game already through the first 8 hitters.
And how about the swings from Devin Travis? This is a guy who has been struggling all season long, and with that slider there on the outside corner, that swing, just trying to feel for the baseball, no longer cutting it loose free and easy, but trying to feel for the baseball. Well, that's a tough place to be. Did not have a chance.
The strike to Chris Coghlan. That's a foul, back and out of play.
You know, as a pitcher, when you start to struggle with command and you start to try to take something off to throw strikes, you start aiming the ball. And a hitter, instead of just throwing the hands and trusting your mechanics, you start to feel for the ball. The bat speed goes straight south. You just don't have a shot in the world. Even if you do make contact, there's going to be nothing on it. You're not going to be able to drive the baseball, as Chris Archer just hit the ball.
Yeah, speaking of something on it, he got a little extra something on that one, got that up around 96 or 97, and sailed it right back to the screen in search of the bull.
The bull has 2 cracked ribs.
Cut to miss. Coughlin out on strikes. Boy, tough pitch right there. Slider, a big pitch tonight again for Chris Archer, and he strikes out the side. 1, 2, 3, go the Blue Jays. No score, bottom of the third coming. On refreshments out there on a Friday evening. Rays and the Blue Jays opening this series. We go to the home half of the third with Tim Beckham about to lead it off. The pitch is a strike from the left-hander Liriano. Well, 6 strikeouts for Archer through 3, and through 2, 3 strikeouts for Liriano. High pop foul that will carry out a play. 2. And on that first pitch, a called strike. Beckham in the conversation with Fairchild, and I think the hitter's starting to get an idea that with a combination of maybe a plate that might be just a tad wider than they think, and some outstanding sliders by Archer, it might be a little bit of a challenge tonight. Little number up the right side. Ball hits the bag and bounds right up into the mitt of Smoke, who makes the play.
Well, those are always dangerous because you know those bags are firm down there, and so that ball can hit and go any number of different directions or height. Smoke's got to stay back there, read it. And you see that ball coming back towards his glove hand, and he's got to reach back like a goalie, make that catch, and then get to the bag.
You're absolutely right about that. You know, a lot of times you want to charge something, especially try to keep it fair if you're going to get it out, but not that one. And he played it perfectly. That ball with the possibility of hitting the bag, and it did. He gave it plenty of room, gave himself plenty of room to make an adjustment.
Yep, that's right. You got to stay back and read it. You're too close, and it's by you. We used to call those what the Hollywood bags. Yeah, because when you were playing growing up, you tied them into some stakes in the ground. You know, they were like just little sponges out there with a little piece of pleather over the top of them. These, they go straight down into the ground, and they do not give. That's why you always talk about when guys take late slides into the bag, you have a chance of really, really messing up the leg.
Yep. 1-2 here on Kiermaier. He lifts it into shallow center, just on the turf out there. Travis, the second baseman, makes the catch. So 2 outs. Tomorrow, the first 15,000 fans receive a bubble blowing bongo. presented by Fox Sports Sun. So get here early to get yours before they're all gone. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com to be a part of the action. And here is Evan Longoria. First pitch is a strike. One ball, one strike. One and two. Evan behind in the count. Evan has the Rays hit in this game. That was a 2-out double in the first. Takes a look at that one, too low. 2-2 now. We're trying to take advantage of a Toronto club that has not been playing well and has been banged up physically. And this pitching, their rotation, is a difficult situation for them. There's a base hit into left center field. Longoria will make the turn at first and hold there. Pierce cutting it off.
The very same pitch that he took up the line for a double in his first at bat. Another backdoor slider that comes over the plate. Trying to do it again. This one comes not all the way back over, but far enough. Evan Longoria, good plate coverage. So that pitch looks familiar. I'll hammer it again.
That's right. He's 9 for 25 in his career against Liriano with 2 home runs. Aboard with 2 outs in the third for Steven Souza Jr. Inside. Wide, 2-0. This outing for Liriano not altogether different than when they saw him in Toronto. Just what, that was, I guess, 6 days ago when he beat the Rays 4-1. They did have a number of base runners, big cut and a miss, and the 5+ innings he worked in that game. Up 4 hits and 4 walks, and the Rays could get just the 1 run. Three and 1 now.
Well, you should get a good pitch to hit here if you're Steven Souza Jr. If not, you know, take your walk. But you got a couple of chances here to put a good swing on a baseball.
And again, he's not going to give you the fastball. Another 3-1 pitch,
which is fine. But if he hangs the slider, you got to smash it. But that's why you say you got a couple of shots. He needed to make a perfect pitch there. Guess what he did? But he's got to do it again now.
3-2, and that's wide. So with 2 outs, the Rays have 2 base runners. The walk to Souza Jr. pushes Longoria into scoring position. Same situation as in the first. Men at first and second, and here comes Corey Dickerson. And again, Martin goes out to have a little conversation with Liriano, as he did in the first inning.
You know what? And this one, he'd better be a little bit more pointed, because Corey Dickerson has been swinging the bat so well, and he's one of those guys that puts, I don't want to say put a lot of pressure on himself, but takes a lot of responsibility. And so now he grounds out the first time up. I guarantee you he's going to be a real tough out here. Hits lefties well, getting another shot at a situation that he grounded out in the first inning.
Yeah, hitting over 400 against left-handed pitching coming into this game. So here it is, Liriano and Dickerson again as the Rays get their second scoring opportunity of the game. And he misses the fastball. See where that was. And a big cut, strike one.
Well, not for a lack of trying, though. I mean, that was a hack by Corey Dickerson.
And he's down 0-2. Just a little piece of that one.
Well, let's see now if Corey Dickerson does indeed spread out. You know, he's been doing that a lot with 2 strikes. Spreading the stance out, going away from the little leg kick. Saw him in the game last night. Did not do that with 2 strikes. Maybe it depends on the matchup. See if he gets out there, gets himself into that position. See, he was still picking it up right there, even in an 0-2 count. So it's got to be situation specific, or maybe just a feel at the plate. Maybe it's just, it's like sometimes when a pitcher decides he wants to go high leg kick or a slide step. The one thing you can't wonder about or argue with are the results. He's been swinging the bat well.
And that pitch is a called third strike. Caught looking, the Rays will leave 2. No score through 3. Rays have stranded 5. No score in this game. Get in on the action with exclusive on-field seating in the Papa John's bullpen box. Host your group of 50 to 85. It's a private party area just steps from the Rays bullpen. Reserve the Papa John's bullpen box by contacting Group Sales. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or email Group Sales at raysbaseball.com. You can visit raysbaseball.com. Limited dates remain. Top of the order for Chris Archer to deal with. Kevin Pillar, who dropped a single into center in the first and lifts this one into left. Borges closes in and makes the catch. 1 pitch and 1 out. 6 strikeouts for Archer. through the first 3 innings and an out here on 1 pitch in the 4th.
I remember one changeup. He threw a changeup to Kendrys Morales that he fouled off. Other than that, it has been business as usual for Chris Archer. Fastball, slider. Fastball has had jump on it here tonight. The slider, he's thrown some that haven't had the depth but have still been effective, and then he's thrown other ones that are just unhittable.
Bautista, there's a mid-90s fastball to start him. Strike 1. '97 to '86. Upstairs just a little bit high. 1-1. So a couple of fastballs here to start Bautista. Bautista 9 of 48 with 3 home runs in his career off Archer. Two and 1, and things have been a little better at the plate lately for Bautista after a tough start. Coming into this game still under 200. Into the dirt. 3-1. First couple of weeks of the year. First 15 games for Bautista. He was hitting 109, 6 out of 55. And in 13 games since then, he's hit 298. The Blue Jays looking for more of that, and the Rays trying to postpone that for a while. 3-1. That's a strike right there on the corner. Full count. First full count Archer's had on a hitter tonight. First time he's gone to a 3-ball count of any kind. 3-2, and it's lined foul back of third down the line beyond the bullpen, and he cracked the bat, so he'll get a new one. Created a little excitement down there too. Another 3-2 pitch to be made from Archer. Taps this one foul. One out. Bautista at the plate. Martin on deck. Seventh start of the year for Archer, and the 3rd time he has seen the Blue Jays. And another foul ball to extend this at bat. 8 pitches in right now.
And a steady stream of sliders here to try to finish it off. Bautista continues to foul him off and stay alive. And you wonder if Chris Archer tries to flip the script and go with the straight stuff here.
And a swing and a miss. Well, not one of the better sliders, but he gets him on strikes. It turns out to be a great pitch in the final analysis.
You know, that's it. And he's thrown a number of those here tonight that have not been the A slider. In fact, that one might not even be the C or the D slider. But guess what? The result is A+. And that speaks to how good the stuff is for Chris Archer and how much he has this Toronto lineup on their heels. They are not able to take advantage of the couple of mistakes that he's given them.
Martin, he pops it up. Foul ball headed back and out of play.
Now this is a good read by, you know, not only Chris Archer but Jim Hickey and everybody involved in setting this game plan. When we talked in the open, you're trying to break down his 2 starts against the Blue Jays, and you say the only word that could come to mind was overpowering. Just overpowering. And that's what he's doing again here tonight. And this team is just, they have sunk back into their heels. like that right there. Not the greatest slider, but they are just locked up right now. I mean, he has taken the game right at them. Little backup slider here. That's just spinning middle of the plate, and you just locked up and you take it.
Ball, 2 strikes.
You know, even a lot of the swings haven't been very aggressive. You know, they haven't been free and easy timing and sink and a good swing. They've been start, stop, a little bit late, emergency hack, feel for the baseball.
Yeah, and that can be a combination of Archer's stuff and the Toronto start where they are. A struggling team.
Yeah, a couple of their guys they were counting on big bats on the disabled list. Tulowitzki at short, Donaldson at third, Bautista not having the season or the start that he envisioned. Been better lately.
And that is strike 3 called. Turns out to be a 1-2-3 inning. 8 strikeouts in the game for Archer. No score. The day in Chicago, Joe Madden and Aroldis Chapman as the Yankees and the Cubs are battling in interleague play. Chris Bryant belts a home run in the first inning, and with the score 2-0 and the Yankees down to their final strike, it was Brett Gardner to hit that home run, and then Aroldis Chapman, after getting his World Series championship ring, closed it out for the Yankees against the Cubs in the bottom of the 9th inning. So how about that for a day on a pleasant 45-degree day at Wrigley Field? The Yankees and the Cubs, and Brett Gardner down actually to the final strike.
About that.
2 on, 2 out, hit 1 out.
And Wade Davis down today.
Yeah, he's been in 3 games in a row.
There you go. So he's down. He's been so good for the Cubs. Rondon in the game, and the hanging slider, he deposits it, and the Yankees snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Promised myself I would never ever use that cliche.
Yep. And a side note for the Yankees, Gary Sanchez came off the disabled list, hit third for them. I think it was 0 for 3, might have had a walk, but he's back now, so there's a big bat for them back.
You know, the thing that makes that team dangerous too is that they are feeling it. You know, they've got all those young kids. They've got a sprinkle of veterans in there, and they're feeling pretty good about themselves, playing with a high level of confidence and energy and excitement. This is going to be a fun summer.
Full count here on Ricky Weeks Jr. Well, let's take a look at the standings in the East. New York up by a game on Baltimore. Boston 3.5 back. The Rays 4.5 back. And the Blue Jays, who everyone figured would be in the middle of this, 9.5 back right now. And that's strike 3 call. Weeks thought that pitch might have been off the plate and shakes his head as he leaves.
Well, this is one of those pitches, Dwayne, that may be just off the plate, but Chad Fairchild has basically told both dugouts that's going to be a pitch that I'm going to call. So he has been consistent with that call. And I'll tell you something else. Francisco Liriano, coming in on right-handers with the fastball so far, has been pretty consistent on getting it in there.
Daniel Robertson. Pitch is too wide. 1-0. Two balls, no strikes. Five strikeouts for Liriano. Walk 3. Got a couple hits. There's a high, towering fly ball. That ball up in the ring category, and that ball gets out of here. How about that? Daniel Robertson, it's a home run, his 3rd home run. That was a towering blast. That one was up in B-ring territory.
It was.
Wow.
It almost looked like it skipped off the B ring and out of here. I've never seen that.
John Gibbons coming out to talk this over with Chad Fairchild.
Number 33, Derek Norris.
Fairchild's going to talk with the crew chief, Larry Vanover.
I'm not even going to get started on this one, but that ball was absolutely going to hit that B ring in fair territory. You're waiting for that thing to hit and come down. But somehow it made it either over it or skipped off the top. I have no idea, but ended up in the seats.
Well, the umpires are getting together, and this is going to be an interesting situation here. They're going to try to take a look at this to see. And I think Gibbons is claiming that the ball, we're going to speculate here. We don't like to do that. But Gibbons is trying to say that the ball hit the B ring and stayed up there. But that ball came down, and we'll see if we can follow it right there. See, there it is, and that ball is gone. It's a fair ball. Yeah, so there's where she is down the line, and that's exactly where we thought the ball landed, fair and out of here. So did it hit the B ring? Because if it hits the B ring,
hold on, let's see that shot again of the lady with the ball.
Okay. So we'll have this last review.
Well, it's a good thing this went in the Rays' favor, because I have heard foul territory right now, Dwayne.
Yeah, but I think you would argue, could argue, that ball left here fair. Now,
oh, it was fair. Well, you could see whether it hit or didn't hit. It was going to hit in fair territory. So this has got to stay.
Yeah,
yeah.
And he hit the ball out of here. So Daniel Robertson has hit a home run. Here's the look. And this home run,
you don't even get up high enough to see, you know, that's the thing. Where were you going to ever get a camera angle that you were going to be able to tell anything?
Yeah, see, Pierce looks for it, can't find it. and it's gone. So Daniel Robertson hits his 3rd home run, and the Rays lead 1-0. Strike the count on Derek Norris. Now 1-1. Only the 2nd home run Liriano has given up. Two and one to Norris. Check swing, a little bounder foul up the right side. Well, that ball, whether it hit the B-ring or not, if it did, and there's a good chance that it did, that ball is still in play, and if it winds up over the fence, it's a home run.
Have you ever seen that before?
I've never seen that before. Here's another high pop-up foul, and that's going to carry out a play just back of the dugout. I've never seen, you know, to hit a ball that high,
Yeah.
in that B-ring territory is unusual. You see that fair and foul marker that hangs down there, made for situations where a call can be made as to whether that ball would be playable or not. If it hits on the foul side of that, it's a dead ball. It's just a foul ball. But if it's fair, it's playable, and on the way down, if the fielder catches it, the hitter's out. In this case, if it did hit something up there, it continued on out of here. There's a drive deep to center field. Pilar will go back, and this one it's gone. A little clearer shot there by Norris over the center field fence, and the Rays have had back-to-back home runs. 2nd home run of the year for Derek Norris. And the Rays take a 2-0 lead.
A scoreless game as you settle in here in the bottom of the 4th inning, the bottom of the Rays lineup, and they have come through in a big way. Derek Norris, straightaway center field into the arms of Souza Jr., which, by the way, seems to be a tradition in that home run line. Souza Jr. at the end.
Well, here you have a pitcher who had given up 1 home run in 26 innings.
Yeah.
And in a span of 8 pitches has given up 2. Goins takes care of this one off the bat of Peter Borges. The 2nd pitch of the at bat. Well, let's take a look at the home run by Derek Norris.
That was a 2-seamer. You saw it started to have a little arm side run, but absolutely no sink, and Derek Norris jumps all over it.
And here's Tim Beckham. Takes a pitch wide. Back-to-back home runs. Rays did that earlier against Rick Porcello at Fenway. It was Miller and Souza Jr. This one is tapped foul right back into the screen. And tonight, Daniel Robertson and Derek Norris have hit back-to-back home runs. Ground ball, fair to the left of Coghlan and through into left. Coghlan making a diving attempt and through the hole. So the Rays collecting 3 hits here in this inning, and that's going to bring Pete Walker out.
Just pulling over on that ground ball and hit it hard enough. Coghlan with a good effort, but that ball had too much juice on it. Able to squeeze by him. How about this too? You talked about the home runs with Liriano. He had given up 1 hit with 2 outs all season long, and that's the 3rd time the Rays have gotten a hit off him with 2 outs.
Yeah, that's all. It's amazing, isn't it?
That's why you got to watch all the games. I mean, that's why you come to the ballpark, you look up stats, sometimes you see things you've never seen before. I mean, if that ball did hit the B ring, you said you've never seen that before, to hit a ring and actually leave the yard for a home run.
Yep.
I mean, it's always something.
Oh, look out. That pitch up and in, and Kiermaier hit by that pitch. And we'll take a look. And I'll tell you, this is something the Rays may not take too kindly. Take a look at Kiermaier being hit by that pitch.
Oh boy, got him right in the palm of the hand, right near that wrist area. It actually comes over the bottom of that bat, and it caught him pretty flush. You know, and you're right, Blaine. After Souza Jr. got hit in the hand, the next night it was Archer with Bautista. Now you get Kiermaier hit in the hand, and you're right. We'll see.
Well, we had Souza, as you pointed out, hit by a pitch, and then that pitch from Archer with Bautista, and behind Bautista, and now this, and we'll see what happens down the line.
You don't want to jeopardize the game, but you also may feel the need to protect a teammate.
Here's Evan Longoria. Pitch is too low.
Bautista's out in right field right now, already working on his evasive tactics.
Yeah, he's staying loose. Two and 0. Danny Barnes, the right-hander, up in the bullpen. Be wide. A 3-0 count. Robertson and Norris have hit back-to-back home runs, now with 2 outs, 2 men on. And ball 4 loads the bases. They'll be loaded for Steven Souza Jr. And here is Steven Souza Jr. up in Toronto. When he was hit by the pitch, Biagini was in there. Souza had hit on the left hand. Fortunately, nothing broken in there. It was bruised and sore. And here's Souza. He's walked twice. Bases loaded. The Rays with a 2-run lead. Liriano misses wide.
It's almost like the concentration for Liriano after they went to look at what turned out to be a home run from Daniel Robertson has just left him. All of a sudden, base hit by pitch, 4-pitch walk.
Tapper foul in front of Charlie Montoyo. Rays left 2 men in the first, a man in the second, and 2 more runners in the third. They've scored 2 on the solo home runs in the fourth. Now loaded the bases with 2 outs. Two and one. The way Liriano's throwing right now, he would be fortunate to get out of this inning and not give up anything else.
Well, it just has it's all come apart. I mean, the command, what command he had is way gone.
Ball 3.
You know, that right there is the second or third fastball here in the last couple of hitters that he's thrown into the dirt or right to the ground. I mean, breaking pitches, changeups, you expect that. Fastballs in the dirt, not so much, and he's done it here a number of times.
3-1. And he gets a call there on a pitch away. So it's now 3-2. Might be the biggest break he's gotten in this inning.
Yeah, a little backdoor 3-1, little mini slider cutter. Russell Martin keeps the majority of that glove on the plate, catches it in the webbing, and gets the call. Can you do it again?
Fouled. Well, he's going to have to do it one more time.
And all the base runners moving with a full count, and you got to feel for Tim Beckham. You're moving. You don't want to move that much, and he's going way wide, but you're running right into a right-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher who could just turn and burn. Proceed with caution.
And it's fouled toward the Toronto dugout.
By the way, did you see Beckham's first movement? It wasn't towards home plate. It was wide. He was trying to get behind Charlie Montoya.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him.
It's not a bad idea.
No. A little disconcerting coming down that line with the pitch on the way. And a guy's possibly swinging the bat.
For the third time, the 3-2 pitch with the runners going, and it's low for ball 4. So the Rays get another run. This one forced home on the walk. 19th run batted in for Souza Jr. And Gibbons comes out of the dugout. Things have come apart here for Liriano in the fourth. Back in a moment. brought to you by your Southern Chevy dealers. By Jeep, get great deals at the Jeep Spring Clearance event. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Downtown St. Pete, Rays and the Blue Jays and the Trop tonight. Danny Barnes, the 27-year-old right-hander, will take over, making his 6th appearance. Bases loaded with Corey Dickerson stepping in. Bases full of Rays, and the pitch is foul. On the play, strike one. The Rays sending their 9th men up here. They've batted around for the 5th time this year. All of them have come here at Tropicana Field. Tap foul. So Dickerson will ground it out to first in the first. He's up there with 2 men on and 2 men out. He's caught looking for the 3rd out in the 3rd with 2 men on. And now he's up here with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 4th. Rays have scored 3. Ball, 2 strikes. Barnes, pretty conventional stuff. The fastball, the changeup, the slider. And ahead and the count against Corey Dickerson. And he's out on strikes. Expanded a little bit there. But the Rays break a scoreless tie. Home run by Daniel Robertson up in B-ring territory and then out. And then the home run to center by Norris. The Rays get 3 and lead after 4. Derek Norris got the Rays on the board. They added a run in the bottom of the 4th. An inning in which they sent 9 men to the plate. It required just a little over 30 minutes. So it's been half an hour since Chris Archer was out there. And he goes out to open the 5th. Swing and a miss at the fastball by Kendrys Morales. Strike one. Eight strikeouts for Archer tonight. Way up, 1-1. I mean, Archer's throwing the ball great. He sits down for over half an hour while his team scores 3. Now back out there trying to stay in that groove.
Yeah, and I really suspect that there will be no change. You know, sometimes it depends on when in the game that happens. You know, early in the game when you're trying to get into the flow of a game, it can be troublesome for some guys. But you know, Chris has been out there long enough. You know, he's been a big leaguer long enough to know what he needs to do to stay ready. And in the middle of the game, when you've gotten into the flow, you can deal. You can deal with that. Back-to-back innings gets tough. I think he'll be fine.
2-2.
I'll tell you what, though, there were times, and you never wished ill will on teammates, but you'd get to the 5th, 6th inning of a game, and you'd be throwing the ball and feeling really good and having a nice outing where you felt pretty dominant, and you were kind of like, we've got enough. Just go up, get me back out there. You almost wish you could take, you know, 6, 7 outs at a time out there because you felt so good and you felt like you had enough runs, you just wanted to stay in rhythm. But everybody's different, so we'll see. Full count here, and we haven't seen too many of those.
Nope. He went 3-2, had that extended at bat by Bautista in the 4th. That's been the only other time. Now he's 3-2 with Morales leading off the 5th inning. Morales taps one foul. The slider has been a great pitch for him, even on a couple that have not been the greatest that he can throw. But the fact that he has thrown some great ones helps him on those pitches that aren't so great. Heavy on the slider. 3-2 again. Shot to center field. Kiermaier is going to go back to the wall. It's going to be off the bottom of the wall. He plays the carry. Morales heads to second, and he is safe. Well, Kiermaier made that shot a play at second base.
Another play. It's not going to go down as a highlight reel. You're not going to see it in anything like that. This is one of the sliders that stayed middle. Kendrys Morales, who's got a good history against Archer, makes great contact, but watch Kevin Kiermaier realizing he can't get there, plays it off, and a great throw right to the bag on one hop. I'll tell you, another play that you just can't see many other, if any other, center fielders make.
I mean, he challenges base runners, whether they're hitter runners or runners already on. He challenges those runners on and makes plays that no other outfielder I think I've ever seen has done with such regularity.
No, he contests everything. That's just how he does it as a hitter. He puts the pressure on the defense to come up with the ball clean, or he's going to be at second.
Yep.
And you're right.
Strike the count on Justin Smoak.
Good change up there. Haven't seen too many here tonight. A handful at most. But you'll take that one moving down and away.
Yeah, it almost seems as if maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah, there really haven't been many. You count them on one hand, put it that way. And that would be Max. That's a dandy.
Holds at 2 strikes on the foul ball. Smoak hurt the Rays in the series up in Toronto. First time up, Sid Borges to the warning track right in front of the wall out there and left to the opposite field. He tracked one down. It's a ball, 2 strikes. Pierce on deck. Leadoff double by Kendrys Morales, who's now 14 of 24. 14 of 20. Yeah, 14 of 24. Wow.
You almost don't believe the numbers.
I just had to double check to make sure, because he is really something here in the matchup with Archer. So with the double tonight, he's 14 of 24 with 3 home runs off.
Well, he got a good swing at that slider. It wasn't a great one, but we've seen, a number of bad swings tonight here by this Blue Jay lineup against the Archer slider and the fastball and whatever else he's throwing up there.
The liner, base hit into left center field.
There we go.
Morales heads to the plate. This throw will come through. Morales scores, and holding at first is Smoke. Blue Jays on the board.
Dwayne, that was a good at bat there by Justin Smoke, number 1. And he shot that ball out into left center field. And where Kevin Kiermaier, again, is going to challenge this baseball and get to it in a hurry and try to make a play at the plate. By doing so, and doing so aggressively, and this ball in the gap, he keeps Smoke at first base. That ends up being a byproduct. Morales is going to score, but Smoke didn't even challenge Kiermaier because he got to the ball so quickly. That ball should have been a double with most center fielders out there.
So a couple of hits to produce a run. Smokes at first, and here is Steve Pearce. Pearce shoots it down the line, foul. Well, you can break down Archer early in the game and then later, and this is really what we're seeing right now.
And this is a mirror image of last year. Remember last year it was the struggles early, and then he would get into the flow of the game. But right now, innings 5+, the number's completely different. Third time through the lineup has given Chris Archer trouble. And you're right, Dwayne, this is exactly what we're seeing through the first 2 hitters here in the 5th. And so deep breaths and right back to work. Maybe the layoff did affect 22. I don't know.
A 2-strike pitch to Pearce. Shot into center field. Kiermaier in line to make the catch. He's going to throw the ball back to first. And Smoke gets in ahead of the throw.
Kiermaier's got some feel good going on out there. Yeah, that's right. That right arm's getting a workout. Well, at least we know the hand's feeling okay.
Yeah, that's good news
Yeah.
after being hit by that pitch.
Number 17, Ryan Goins.
Well, the Rays get the first out of the inning with a run home and a man at first. Here's Ryan Goins. Pitch upstairs. One and one. Archer over 70 pitches, 73 right now. And a strike with something on that one. Down around the knees at 96. Averaged 17.4 pitches per inning so far this year. Pitch count to this point, pretty good shape. Into the dirt, and it's blocked by Norris, and that keeps Smoke at first.
Yeah, and here with one out, that's a really big block and a nice one. Not an easy pitch. First of all, it's a breaking ball, and it's well out in front of the plate. And look at him get around that baseball over the top of it and smother it. Nice job.
Close, just wide. The count is full. And fastball just off the plate. We've seen some of those out there get the strike call.
Yeah, the thing is, they were coming from Liriano, and from left to right, that same spot, it looks like that ball may have crossed the plate, but right stays off the whole way. Difference.
Swing and a miss. He strikes out Goins. 9th strikeout for Archer. 2nd time he has gotten Goins.
Well, you'd rather get it swinging anyway. Just shows him you just can't touch my stuff.
Number 29, Devin Travis.
So 2 gone. Devin Travis. Travis, nothing out of 1. And that's a strike on the outside part of the plate. Fastball out there to start the at bat. It's 1-1. Tapper foul. Now 1-2. Morales doubled. He was singled home by Smoke. Smoke's at first with 2 outs. It's a 1-2 count on Travis. Lifts it up the right side. That will carry out of play. We'll see another pitch on 1-2. Blue Jays in town for 3 games. Chris Coghlan is on deck. Jake Odorizzi will pitch tomorrow, and Sunday it'll be Alex Cobb. Ground ball to the right side. Robertson with the pickup and the throw. Toronto with a run. That's it. They leave a man, and the Rays hold a 3-1 lead. Ball is presented by Jeep. Three to one, Rays lead. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Rays sent 9 men to the plate in the 4th to score 3 and leave 3. They're now facing Danny Barnes. All 3 of the runs charged to Francisco Liriano. Ricky Weeks Jr. is grounded out and struck out, and there's a cut and a miss. Strike 1. One. Into center field. Pilar took a little step back and comes on now to make the catch. And Daniel Robertson's on his way to the plate.
Daniel Robertson.
Robertson. That home run. Let's take a look at that. He lifted that, a towering shot up around the B ring, and then it wound up getting out of here fair. It's a strike. And so trying to follow that, and it's difficult, as we all know. The ground ball to third. Coughlin throws strike to first and 2 outs. But at least the general impression was that it might have made contact with something up there around the B ring and still got out of here.
By a good margin, too.
Yeah.
I mean, that got into the seats. You go right down the line, and you've got the little corner of duckies and a camera perch out there. But yeah, that made it up into the stands and gave the Rays their first run.
Here's Derek Norris. Norris has walked and homered. He followed with a home run, followed Robertson's blast with one of his own. He it is out to center field. For 2. One ball, 2 strikes. Borges on deck. Norris now with 2 home runs on the year. His other one also against the Blue Jays. That was off Dominic Leone in Toronto. He homered off Liriano here tonight. Fouls this one back. So he's been on twice. Tap that will kick foul.
And you see Derek Norris really hustling up the first base line. We've seen some balls. You remember that Longoria one in Baltimore, take a funky bounce and come back in play. So you take no chances. You assume nothing. And you go. Yeah, that's right. Don't tell anybody that Derek Norris isn't paying attention.
2 up, 2 down in the 5th. Norris is out on strikes. The Rays, for the first time tonight, are down in order. On to the 6th, 3-1 Tampa Bay. Here the Rays sending Chris Archer to the mound, and through the first 5 he has picked up 9 strikeouts. Combination primarily the slider and the fastball, handful of changeups, and he's gotten some support. Daniel Robertson getting a start at second base tonight. Hit one through the B ring, it seemed, and got out of here fair to left. Derek Norris followed that up. The fastball out to center field. The Rays added a run on a bases loaded walk, and Chris Archer carries a 3-1 lead into the 6th inning with 82 pitches under his belt so far. That's for a run in the 5th after a layoff of a little over 30 minutes. Well, the Rays sent 9 men to the plate and scored those 3 runs in the 4th. So here we go to the 6th. Chris Coghlan leads off. This pitch out of the zone for a ball. Archer gave up a leadoff double to Morales in the 5th, and that led to the Blue Jays run. Found back 2-1. You're talking about Norris, the job he's done. He's walked and homered, giving the Rays some stability behind the plate. It'll be interesting. You know, Sucre's been impressive, and the Rays still have Wilson Ramos, who continues to progress in his rehab back from knee surgery. No timetable yet, but he is making progress to the point where he's spending some time catching, squatting, and doing those sorts of things after the ligament tear in his right knee at the end of September last year. So the Rays, be interesting to try to figure out how all those pieces will fit. I mean, Ramos obviously is going to fit somewhere, and to see how much catching he can do when he does first come back.
Stay tuned.
Yep.
I mean, really, it's going to be interesting decisions that will have to be made, and usage, and you know that if we're talking about it now, they've been thinking about it long before this.
And Coghlan out on strikes. Went after that pitch up out of the zone, and that's 10 strikeouts for Chris Archer tonight into double figures. And there's Wilson Ramos.
He's got the undersized catching glove, working on a little bit of framing, receiving. Big boy.
Yeah, he's been on a throwing program as well. And
Rockettes training.
yep. Just a little bit to go there.
Hamstrings look a little tight.
Kevin Pillar. One strike to count. One count on Pillar. You know, the Rays potentially, they have some couple position players. They have Rasmus back, and the interesting guys that they could get back might supplement that bullpen. Oh, look out. That went back to the mound. He got the glove up and makes the play. Pillar is out at first base, and that will get your heart racing right there. Pillar takes it right back at Archer.
Because the follow through puts his head, you know, as he comes over, so much force delivering the ball towards home plate. This ground ball comes up near the head, and he's able to just get the glove to knock it down. That's where the heart gets racing. He shovels it off and ends up almost in the Rays dugout. But boy, oh boy, you see that ball coming up near the face. Fortunately, that glove got up in time. Yeah, that's right. Take a couple more, get whatever you need.
Yeah, you should take as much time as you want right here. 2 outs, and that was a vicious comebacker off the bat of Pillar. And with his follow through, you know, he's not in a defendable position.
No, 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 no.
He's at the mercy of the fate.
Yep.
Right there.
And you're fortunate that that ball, you know, wasn't a line drive, you know, a hard hit, but one hopper. He was able to just slide the glove up enough to get it between baseball and head.
One strike on Bautista. 1-1. Of 20 first pitch strikes. There's 2-1. No walks from Archer tonight. Gave up the hit to Pillar in the first, couple hits in the fifth to Morales and Smoke, producing the run. 2 outs, bases empty here in the sixth. 2-1 to count. Down a little bit, says Chad Fairchild. 3-1.
Chris Archer just asked him, because I think Chris thought it was a strike. Fox Tracks liked it close enough, and Chris asked Fairchild, was that down? I think he got an answer, Dwayne, in the affirmative. A pretty good pitch.
Cut right there, and a foul ball back. So the count is full. The 10 strikeouts. First 10 strikeout game of the year for Archer, 19th of his career. His career high in strikeouts in a single game, 15. 3-2 with Bautista. He got him looking. Strike 3 called on the fastball. So another strikeout. That's 11 for Archer. 3 up, 3 down in the sixth. We go to the home half of the inning with the Rays leading 3-1.
3-1 tonight. Now Matt Duffy is getting closer and closer every day to making a return to the field. We caught up with the Rays shortstop today. He said that things are headed all in the right direction. He was able to run bases today, although he's still going through that rehab process. The goal will be able to run bases on back-to-back days. Then he heads on a rehab assignment. He says it's a safe assumption that, Dwayne, that could happen as early as next week.
Well, that'd be interesting to see him finally come back from the issues he has had. The first pitch to Borges popped up back of the plate and just out of play. Strike one. Well, he's part of that group that we were talking about earlier. We've seen Rasmus come back, and Ramos continues to work his way back from knee surgery, and the Rays thinking that that young man right there would be their everyday shortstop, and the heel and the Achilles situation preventing that to this point. Another pop-up, foul ball. Smokes coming down from first, and he makes the catch. Almost overran that one, trying to keep track of it against the ceiling here.
Well, here it is, another ball straight up. Good thing that Justin Smoak's got long arms. Ooh.
Normally speaking, that first baseman's going to have a much better angle than the catcher, but you couldn't prove it by that catch.
No, no. When those balls go up like that, they got that backward spin to them, so they tend to start to make their way back towards the field.
Here's Tim Beckham sending a towering drive toward the corner and right, and a nice catch by Bautista. Bautista made that look a lot easier than it was, headed toward the corner.
They got a good enough jump and was positioned well enough to get underneath that baseball, just kind of glide to it. You see, they got the outfield pulled over to the right side, so Bautista doesn't have to go that far. Makes the catch.
Well, we mentioned Colby Rasmus has been activated, and we saw him make a start. Now he's going to pinch hit for Kiermaier here in the 6th inning. Pinch a penny pinch hitter Colby Rasmus. Kiermaier hit on the right hand, hit by a pitch in the 4th, stayed on, lifted in the 6th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Towering fly ball. Not overly deep, and Pilar waits for this one. 3 up, 3 down, go the Rays for the 2nd straight inning. 3-1 Tampa Bay. Coast Honda dealers. By Jeep. Get great deals at the Jeep Spring Clearance event. And by Pinch a Penny. The perfect people for a perfect pool. Rays at home, dividing 2 with Miami. Opening this 3-game series against the Blue Jays. Kansas City will also be in for 4. Changes in the outfield. Peter Borges goes over to play center. Kiermaier lifted for the pinch hitter Rasmus, and now Rasmus stays on to play left. 96 pitches for Chris Archer, and season's high 11 strikeouts. First pitch thrown right into the dirt and short hopping off Norris.
Try that again. So he's going to go with the slider, and he just cut that one a little bit short. Derek Norris, tough hop. He's been every bit as good as that line indicates. 6 innings, 11 strikeouts. You know, he's been so good that even the majority of the mistakes that he has made have not been touched by this lineup. You know, Kendrys Morales jumped on one. Justin Spote put a good swing on a base hit the other way. That was it. Those came on back-to-back hitters in the 5th. And that right there is the highlight reel for the Blue Jays.
3 misses now to Russell Martin. Chase Whitley is up in the bullpen. Dominic Leone throwing in the bullpen for Toronto. There's a strike. 3-1. Pitch count at 100 now for Chris Archer. The foul ball will take the count full. Morales on deck.
Come on, get it, Chris.
He was one of the 3 hits surrendered tonight by Chris Archer. And he gives up the walk to open the inning. First walk of the game. Martin heads to first. That's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live. Pre-game show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Jake Odorizzi, who's a game back off the DL, will make the start. We'll hear from him. And Orestes will break down the Rays catcher Derek Norris. Our coverage begins at 3:30 tomorrow. Reminder, an earlier start time on the Saturday. So 3:30 our coverage commences. Here's Morales, takes the pitch. High fastball well out of the zone. Again, Morales with a couple home runs off Archer in his career, and 1 for 2 tonight, giving him 14 for 24 lifetime against Archer. So the focus here with this guy up. 1-1. The changeup.
Yeah.
Again, we haven't seen many of those, but good there.
Yeah, that one right there, best of the night. 86, good arm action, good finish, and that's what you got to try and do. A guy that has those kind of numbers off of him, you've got to mix it up, move the ball around the zone, change speeds, just try to get him off balance, just a hair.
Oh, come on.
Pretty close. 2-1. popping away from Norris, and a look down at Martin. He's not going anywhere. But the count's 3-1 on Morales.
Yeah, that's coming off of the leadoff walk here. You're getting later in the game. By the way, the margin for error, you feel like the Rays are in control because of the way that Archer's been throwing the baseball, but
yeah, it's a 2-run game.
That's it. And you had to walk to lead it off, and you're on the verge here. Make a tough pitch against a guy who's had a lot of success off of you. Get you a ground ball.
Whoops. High shot deep to right. And that ball is gone. Morales launches the fastball on 3-1 and ties the game at 3. He continues to just put up unbelievable numbers against Archer. A double and a home run tonight, and this one makes it a 3-3 game, and we'll get Kevin Cash out of the dugout and on his way to the mound, and it'll get Archer out of this game. Boy, what a shame for Archer, who pitched so well, and it goes away on one pitch. We'll be back with a new Rays pitcher in a moment. With 3 career home runs off Chris Archer, and that blast to right has just tied this game and removed Archer from this contest as well.
And you know what? The home run's not the issue. The home run is not the issue. The leadoff walk to Russell Martin is. You walk the leadoff guy to start off the 7th inning, and then you go to a guy who's got good numbers off of you, and you fall behind 3-1. Listen, this is what happened to Chris up in Toronto.
Well, here's Whitley in the game, and Justin Smoak sends the first pitch deep to right, home run distance, but foul, plenty foul, and that's strike 1.
Yeah, that was that game 0-0 all the way through. Rays score a run, take the lead, and then the bottom of the 8th, a leadoff walk to Darwin Barney down at the bottom of the order, and all of a sudden the Blue Jays come back and win that game. You go to the previous game, that was the Baltimore game with the lead late, and they score 4 within 5 hitters. So this has been a recurring theme here the last few starts.
Beckham trying to track this one down, challenging that low wall there near the bullpen bench, and could not come up with it. Rays had the shift on there with Smoak at the plate. And so a lot of ground to cover by Beckham to try to get over there.
Yeah, good effort. And you're right, Dwayne. He had a long way to run, low wall coming up. Just ended up a little bit short.
Young fan there. Beckham checked with him to make sure he was all right when he left that area. 1-2 now. So the 8th appearance for Whitley. Still a ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball with the first out. Longoria takes care of that out of the shift.
Well, I'll tell you, for Chris Archer early on, it looked like 1 was going to be enough. He was absolutely dominant. The fastball, slider, sprinkling a few changeups along the way to the lefties, but he was overpowering once again and dominating this Blue Jay lineup. And all of a sudden, you get it to 3-1, and in a 3-1 count, I believe a fastball almost down and in to Kendrys Morales, who's had really good numbers off Chris Archer, and all of a sudden, game tied out of nowhere.
1-0 to Steve Pearce. So 107 pitches for Archer tonight. He leaves with the game tied, so a no decision for Archer. One now, the count on Pearce. Morales scored a run. He's scored 2, driven in a couple. He was driven home by Smoke and then hit the 2-run home run with Martin aboard. Pearce pops it up. Weeks looking for this one and waiting. 2 gone. Two up, 2 down against Whitley.
Shortstop.
Ryan Goins. Goins a couple strikeouts tonight. That's a strike. One. Ball, 2 strikes. Worked an inning Tuesday in Miami in relief of Cobb. Taps this one foul.
Now, Chase Whitley has done a heck of a job for the Rays coming out of the bullpen. You know, at the beginning of the season, you looked at him as a guy that could give you some length, still can, and that's the way that he was primarily used. Here recently, he's been used in higher leverage situations, shorter stints. The changeup has been a very, very big pitch for him. And he has been on some kind of roll.
Chop. Robertson has to back up field and throw, and he gets Goins. So Whitley gets the 3 outs, but not before Morales hits the 2-run home run off Archer. We'll go to the bottom half of the 7th with this game tied at 3. inning. Kisby at Tropicana Field Sunday. That'll be the 7th of May. Watch your favorite players crush the ball when the Rays take on the Blue Jays, and practice hitting home runs yourself when you take home your very own batting gloves, presented by Suncoast Credit Union. Visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays up. New pitcher for the Blue Jays, Dominic Leone, comes on to face Evan Longoria. 12th appearance for the Blue Jay right-hander with a .473 earned run average.
He can run up some strikeouts, 16 and 13 in the third innings, but he did have a game earlier in the season where the Rays were able to get to him. And that's the hope here tonight after Toronto's come back to tie this game.
Well, Evan Longoria has been on base 3 times with a double, a single, and a walk. One. Evan came into the game one of his last 17, trying to shake out of that. A ball and a strike. Base hit the other way. Leadoff single for Longoria. He's on for the 4th straight time, and the Rays put the leadoff hitter on base tonight for the first time in this game.
Well, that's the way to go about it if you're looking to answer. Trying to slide that ball down and away, and Evan Longoria once again, good plate coverage, able to get down and out to it. Not a bad pitch at all by Leone. A better job by Longoria getting to it and shooting it the other way.
Steven Souza Jr. Three walks, including one with the bases loaded in the 4th. Pushing in his 19th run batted in of the year. Leone misses low. Ball, third base, bobbled down there by Coghlan, and the Rays put the first 2 men on. Coghlan thinking about 2, could not find the handle. That'll be his 4th error of the year.
Well, this is the break that you needed. That was about as standard you could get into the glove. Just couldn't get the hand in there to get the ball out. And you go from at least getting 1, chance for 2, now you get none, and the Rays have a shot.
John Gibbons out to make a pitching change. Tonight's Geico great moment. It was on this day in 2015. Evan Longoria with a base hit in the 4th inning of right-hander Rick Porcello for his 1,000th career hit in 986 games. That's 3 games faster than it took the Hall of Famer third baseman Brooks Robinson to get 1,000 hits. So that is impressive company indeed. And tonight, Evan has been on base 4 times, 3 hits and a walk. He's at second. Souza Jr. is at first. Aaron Loop is the new pitcher. And Corey Dickerson is the hitter. The Rays tonight 0 for 3 with men in scoring position. And Dickerson has been in all 3 situations. Little roller to short. Goings up with it. Throw to first. Safe there. And the bases are going to be loaded. Boy, Dickerson digging hard up that first base line. Dickerson determined to get to first base, and it was very close.
Well, you see Ryan Goins right there, and this ball was not hit that hard. It got in on him, so he's got. Yeah, look at, he had actually jumped too, so he had to get back down to his feet. And the hustle by Corey Dickerson gets him to the bag. Absolutely was safe. Well, they're going to go take a look at it, but boy, what hustle by Dickerson. Goins doing everything that he could to get it over there in time. Interior of the glove, Dwayne, is what we're looking for.
Yeah, that's an iffy replay from the Rays' perspective there.
Yeah.
Although, you know, if you've got the call in your favor, then that gives you at least home field advantage. And from another angle, we're seeing one posted here at Tropicana Field. There it is. And that's a little more promising angle for the Rays.
Without a doubt. They hit that angle. That's right. He's safe.
So, great effort, great hustle by Corey Dickerson. Loads the bases with nobody out for the Rays.
Well, just like that. How about the answer by the Rays here? You get a break with the air. Corey Dickerson hustles after Evan Longoria took a tough pitch into right field, and you are in business.
So Aaron Loop will face Ricky Weeks Jr. 0 for 3 tonight. And the pitch is a strike. Ramirez and Tepera up in the bullpen. Of right-handers. The end of the bat. 0-2.
Ricky Weeks Jr. needs to go into protect mode here because Aaron Loop will be going for the strikeout. So what he needs badly here, the Blue Jays are set up in the infield, at least up the middle, to concede this run.
And Weeks strikes out. Couple of pitches off the plate in that sequence, but he's out on 3 pitches. And a very big strikeout for Aaron Loop.
Yeah, it looked like he changed up on him there, and he absolutely did. That drop down arm angle, the side spin on the changeup. You get Weeks Jr. reaching.
Here's Daniel Robertson. Takes it wide. Robertson, a 1 for 3 night, hitting his 3rd home run of the year. Had to contend with the B ring, but he got it out of here. The chopper down to first, out at first, the throw to the plate, not going to be in time. Longoria crosses the plate with the go-ahead run. Came in sliding Now Robertson with that chopper drives in the lead run.
And Dwayne, that's the perfect word to describe that. The chopper. That's what gives Longoria time to get there. Chop, that ball takes a little bit to get there. And that's the only play for Smoke. And you see as he's stepping on the bag, he cannot step into the throw to home. So ball off the bat, Longoria hustling hard. They got to tag him. It's not a force. And he gets in there.
So the error plays into this inning. It will make that run unearned, but the Rays get the big go-ahead run. Souza's at third, Dickerson at second. And here's Derek Norris. Fouls it right back into the screen. So the Rays have the leadoff base hit from Longoria. Souza reached on the air, and the great hustle of Dickerson loaded the bases with nobody out. Weeks struck out. Robertson got a run home. And the play made unassisted by Smoke. 4-3 Rays. The 0-1 to Norris is wide. 1-1.
Go Norris!
Jumbo Diaz up in the bullpen for the Rays. Foul, out of play. Norris hit the home run to center field. He and Robertson went back to back in the fourth inning. It inside 2-2. A 2-out base hit would change the complexion a little bit. Rays at one time had a 3-0 lead, down to 3-1, then 3-3. Now it's 4-3. Lifted toward right, and Bautista is there waiting. Rays are out, but they score the lead run onto the 8th. 4-3 Tampa Bay. Tonight's Unlimited Baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile. Home runs tonight by the Rays. Daniel Robertson hit one through the B ring, made it out to left. That was followed by the Rays catcher Derek Norris and his drive over the wall in center field. Kendrys Morales, a big 2-run home run in the 7th to tie the game at that point. The Rays got a run in the bottom of the 7th. Steven Souza Jr. reached on an error after Longoria had opened with a base hit. And a ground ball by Robertson gets the go-ahead run home. Longoria sliding across to make it 4-3. We go to the 8th. Chase Whitley out there. And the first pitch to Devin Travis skied back into deep center. And back there, Borges, and he cannot come up with it off his glove. And into second base goes Travis. Well, you can't help but think when you hit it out there to what normally is Kevin Kiermaier territory, that's going to be an out.
Yeah, and they even had him shaded the right way. And Borges right there, and there's a little bit of hesitation in going back towards that baseball, like he didn't get a good read on it or had trouble picking it up. And then by the time he gets there, a little jump, and right off the heel it goes and into the wall. And Dwayne, that's exactly what everybody's thinking right now. No question about it.
Kiermaier not in the game after he was hit by a pitch, and the Rays want to x-ray that to make sure he's okay. Here's Coghlan showing the bunt and taking the pitch for a ball. Takes that pitch high. 2-0. Foul back now. 2-1. Travis at second. He gets credit for a double on that ball he hit toward right center that Borges got a glove on but could not catch it. And now it's 3-1 to Coghlan.
Let's take a look at this, Dwayne. 2-1 changeup. Boy, he walks it close.
Yes, he did.
Did hold up.
Fly ball. This one pretty well tagged. Souza Jr. on the run, on the run. Oh, he got it. Tagged by Travis. He's going to go to third. Boy, Souza Jr. covered a lot of ground to get there to make that catch. An advance by the runner. But boy, that was in dangerous territory. Quite a grab. Star by that one for Souza Jr.
You see him take off. Positioned nicely, but still got to go a long way and got to get there quickly. Backhand catch, eyes on it the whole way, reaches at the last second, makes a fabulous catch. Chase Whitley loving that.
And that's going to be it for Whitley. Rays will make a pitching change. 1 on, 1 out in the 8th. Back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Jumbo Diaz into the game. Man at third, 1 out. Top of the order, Kevin Pillar. And the Rays pull the infield up. And a slider. There's a called strike to start this at bat.
Jumbo Diaz on for the 15th time. Big fastball, good slider. You're thinking strikeout, ball on the ground. That's what the Rays need here.
High pop foul, back of third, and that ball is a foul ball, and it turns up out of play, but it hit the ring up there, which makes it a dead ball in foul territory. Two strikes the count on Pillar. That one. Well, Pillar opened the game with a base hit to center. He had that vicious shot back to the mound in the 6th that almost took Archer's head with it. He got the glove up there in time. Pillar 1 for 3 overall. Travis at third, 0-2 the count. Ground ball, and it's going to get past the diving Longoria. That will tie the game. Pillar's going to go for 2, and the throw. He is safe at second base. Boy, Rasmus made a heck of a throw back in, made it close. Toronto coming up with the tying run, and Pillar runs it into 2 bases. Now he's in scoring position.
Well, they get the ground ball, but Pillar was able to hit it hard and get it by the drawn-in Evan Longoria at third. Not enough time to be able to react. But Colby Rasmus with that strong arm, and he got rid of it quickly. And you see right there, let's see if Pillar is able to get those hands in. He did, and stayed on that bag the entire time, and he absolutely was safe. But what a job by Rasmus to even make it a play.
Now here's Bautista. The pitch is a strike. Big cut to miss. 0-2. Missed a slider. We saw that pitch up there and he really took a rip. And strike 3 is called. Threw him another slider and looked at it.
Actually kind of got Bautista to flinch. Right there, right at the top of the zone. Not a ton of depth to it, but it was effective nonetheless and had Bautista out of sync. After he'd taken that big rip too at the previous one that was almost in the same spot.
So Martin, did he go? He held up. Martin walked in the 7th in front of the home run by Morales. One and one. Foul ball makes it 1-2. We have Joe Smith up in the bullpen. Four deep into their pitching tonight. Smith would be the fifth. Low, popping away, and advanced to third by Pilar. An alert move there on a slider that popped away.
Well, you know, out there at second base and taking the lead in the secondary, he's got a great read out of the hand and can read that ball in the dirt, and Pilar was off and running. Let's take a look. Get the secondary in the dirt, read it, gone.
Wild pitch, charge to Diaz. It's 3-2. Something extra on that fastball came humming in there at 98.
Yeah, and Derek,
careful.
What he had to backhand that at the dirt. That ball could have skipped by him. Nice job of corralling that.
(3-2), and he did not go. So a check on that slider for ball 4. Let's take another look at that attempt to check.
Yeah.
Yep, he did.
Yes, he did. That gets the dangerous you-know-who to the plate.
Kendrys Morales, who single-handedly kept Toronto in this game. He scored their first run, did a 2-run home run in the 7th. That following the walk to Martin. That meant the end of the evening for Chris Archer. Now it's Davis against Morales. Ball 1. Morales 2 for 3. Oh for 2 against Diaz. And the pitch. In there, a strike. It's 1-1. Justin Marks up in the Rays bullpen. He just joined the club. Archer, Whitley, and Diaz for the Rays, and the pitch. 1-2 now. A little bit wide. 2-2. Heavy load of sliders, and then the fastball. Really, that complements the slider. The slider, the Diaz favorite. Occasionally 97 or 98. 2-2. Foul the other way. Blue Jays have tied it in the 8th. They have a man at third with 2 outs, and Kendrys Morales facing Jumbo Diaz. Long one to right. That one will get out of here, and Morales has just belted another home run. This one a 3-run shot. Kendrys Morales with a double and 2 home runs tonight. He came into this game with a slugging percentage of .680 on pitches 94 and above.
We were talking about that before the game when you brought that to my attention. You start to think about the slow stuff. The 2 home runs tonight, obviously coming on the fastball, he was all over that. I mean, all over that. You would never have guessed by the swing and the timing that that's a pitch in the upper reaches of 90, 97, 98 miles an hour. He turned that thing around, like it was a BP heater. He can get to the fastball.
He has 5 runs batted in tonight. That home run makes it a 7-4 ball game. And Kevin Cash heads to the mound. Double and 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in. And he hits a big 3-run home run here in the 8th inning to make it a 7-4 ball game. Diaz out of the game. Justin Marks, just up from Durham, comes on now to face Justin Smoak and turn him around. First pitch, and Smokes hits one deep into left center field, and that one is out of here. So the Blue Jays go back to back. Justin Smoak hits his 5th home run of the year. It's 8-4 now. A 5-run inning for Toronto. And here's Steve Pearce. Ball, no strikes. Two and 0. Well, here's the home run swing by Justin Smoak.
And that's the always dangerous first pitch changeup to a hitter that you're seeing for the first time. You're changing up off of nothing. It becomes a BP fastball.
Down to third, and the throw at first scooped by Weeks. That retires the side, but 8 men come to the plate. The big blow, the home run by Kendrys Morales, his 2nd of the night. And as the Rays come in to hit in the bottom of the 8th, they now trail by 4. And you can now stream them live on your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Download the app and take Fox Sports Sun and Rays baseball with you wherever you go. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Ezekiel Carrera is now in the game in left field defensively for Toronto. And a stunning power display and a turn of events with a 5-run 8th for Toronto to take this lead. And now Joe Smith is on for the 15th time this year. Peter Bourjos leads off and takes ball 1. Two and 0. It's Darwin Barney, a good defender in the game at third. Two and 1. Jays with that 5-run top half of the 8th had 4 hits, all extra base hits. When you include the double that Bourjos got over and got a glove on off the bat of Travis to start that one. If he makes that catch, you reconstruct the inning, they don't score any runs. But the aftermath of that certainly made a major difference in this game. They have 8 hits, 6 for extra bases tonight. And that pitch runs right away from Bourjos, who's out on strikes. One gone here in the 8th.
Look how much ground this pitch covers. I mean, the bat's not long enough. And that's the challenge of facing Joe Smith. If he's able to get you to 2 strikes, that breaking ball covers an awful lot of ground left to right. Actually, right to left. Guess it depends on your perspective.
And that pitch is a little high, 1-0. It's all relative.
That it is, Dwayne.
He'll be on the corner for a strike. 1-1.
This building has gotten awfully quiet. Rays with 2 separate leads in this game.
Well, and the personality of this season continues.
Yes, it does.
In regard to leads, comebacks, and giving up leads. I mean, almost every game the Rays have been in, they've either won in comeback fashion or they've lost by losing leads.
I didn't want to jinx anything, but when the Rays were up 2-0, I almost said, with the way that Chris Archer's throwing the baseball, you feel like they could call a run rule right now.
Yeah.
2-0. It was that dominant of a performance. You wouldn't have even, you watched the first 4 innings of this game into the 5th, and you say this score's not possible.
Yeah, I'll check back and see what the final is.
Right.
Yeah.
Turn it around, watch a little hockey, some basketball, you turn it back and you're like, this must be a replay. Yeah. This is a lie. But Toronto, they stayed with it. And like you said, all the extra base hits add up.
Well, here's counting this one. A strike to Rasmus. Counting this one now. In the last 19 games, the Rays have had the lead in 18 of those 19 games. And unless they stage a tremendous comeback, they're going to be 9-10 in games in which they had grabbed the lead 18 out of 19 times. One and 2 on Rasmus. Out on strikes, and the Rays go down 1-2-3. We go to the 9th. 8-4 Toronto. A lot to smile about tonight. Coming up on Rays Live, the post game presented by WB Mason. Rich and Orestes will break down the performance of Kendrys Morales. We'll hear from Kevin Cash in the manager's press conference. Alex will have interviews from the clubhouse. Justin Marks in this game. He was touched for a home run, got the final out in the 8th. He starts the 9th. Ryan Goins takes the pitch for a ball. Grilli and Osuna up in the bullpen for Toronto. Mark Marks behind in the count. Devin Travis on deck. And ball 4. Goins draws a base on balls.
Number 29, Travis.
Here is the Blue Jays' second baseman. Tough start to the year for Devin Travis, but his double opened the 8th, and that opened the door to a 5-run inning. Marks selected from Durham. Ji-Wei Hu sent back to Durham after pitching in last night's game with his family here from Taiwan to watch him work in the 9th. Two and one.
And Marks, majority of the time down there in Durham, working out of the bullpen, had 9 games, 1 start, preparing for him for just a role just like this as the Rays, for a time there, we're going without a lefty in the pen. All of a sudden, Alvarado comes up. Now Marks.
Liner into left. Rasmus is there to catch it. It's the first out in the 9th. Well, the Rays go at it again tomorrow against this Toronto Ball Club with Jake Odorizzi coming off 5 innings of 2-hit baseball in Miami. We'll be with you at 3:30. Middle game of this series. Here's Darwin Barney with his first plate appearance. He took over in the 8th at 3rd for Coghlan. Behind 2-0. Two and one. Now 3-1. Cut and a miss. 3-2. Rays down by 4 as Toronto hits in the top of the 9th inning. And the high fastball gets a chase. 2 gone. Barney strikes out, and we'll go to the top of the order. That pitch up.
stays up, almost looks like it continues to climb, and Barney, he's heading up there. He can't reach it.
Kevin Pillar takes one for a strike. Breaking ball, strike two.
Nice little change of pace pitch there from Marks. That was 17 miles an hour off of the fastball with good depth, good reverse four-seam break, if you will.
Ground ball through the left side for a base hit. Pillar comes up with a single on the breaking pitch.
Now you're trying to take that one below the zone, and sometimes you try to make a breaking ball better, try to throw it a little bit harder, and it turns out to be not the case. And Pillar was able to capitalize, find a hole, another Blue Jay hit. There's that spike curve, and you see that spin. He's able to get out there. That ball hung up there just a hair for an 0-2.
Jose Bautista, which fouled back for a strike.
Now, no one wants to put the ball in play more than Jose Bautista, and there's why.
0 for 4 tonight. Last two trips up there, he's been caught looking, swinging at each of the first two times up there.
Come on.
2-1. Into left. Rasmus closes and makes the catch to retire the side. To left, the Rays will have Longoria, Souza Jr., and Dickerson due up in the bottom of the ninth, and they are down by 4. this point, it's been a big comeback night for Toronto and a big night for Kendrys Morales. There's a double and 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in, 3 runs scored. And the Rays will come in to hit in the bottom of the 9th inning with the middle part of the lineup due. And Roberto Osuna makes his 10th appearance. Enters with a 4-run lead. Longoria goes after the first pitch, skies it to right, and it's caught by Batista. So Evan, who had been on 4 times on a 3-for-3 night with a walk, was out number 1 here in the 9th.
Roberto Osuna in the game, and Dwayne, not a safe situation, but this is a team that's struggled to have leads. So this is almost, wanting to lock this game down, but you don't have too many save opportunities, at least not in the 9th. Roberto Osuna, he's had his share of struggles for the Blue Jays here too in the early going.
And the pitch is down. Yeah, he hasn't had many save opportunities, 3 for 6, but because they haven't had the lead, and now here he is with a lead, and it's not a save opportunity.
Yeah, and you sometimes wonder how a closer responds in those types of situations, but I'm sure that the way that this season is going and the Blue Jays trying to right the ship, Osuna treating this like a 1-run game, or at least he should be.
Mid-90s with that fastball.
And we've seen already just here to Souza Jr. 2 different deliveries. He had a leg kick on pitch 1 where he had a little bit of a pause, and then that one was more of a slide step. So not only does he have the good stuff, but he gives you different looks to try to screw up that timing. And that's delivery number 3, the high regular leg kick.
Rays need base runners and a lot of them. This one is skied to the right side. That's going to be playable. And Smoke is there to make the catch. Well, 2 gone in the 9th. Corey Dickerson, 1 for 4 on the night. He had the infield hit, hustled his way into a hit in the 7th inning.
This one's undone. You gotta pull this one out.
The fastball. Osuna throws it by him. Well, the Rays got to the 500 mark last night, 5-1, and now down 8-4. 0-2.
That right there, that's the one where the leg doesn't go all the way up. There's a little bit of a pause, and then here comes the fastball. We've seen the abbreviated slide step. This is one. Then you had the regular high leg kick, and then the slide step. So Osuna is coming at you with 3 different deliveries, really.
He's up on Dickerson, 0-2. And misses with that one wide.
Well, isn't it amazing the lengths that pitchers will go to, even with tremendous stuff, to try to screw up the hitter's timing, not let them just settle in and wait for the delivery.
It's upstairs, 2-2. Anderson out on strikes, and that will do it tonight. 12 strikeouts for Toronto pitching, and the Blue Jays defeat the Rays 8-4. Loup will get the win. Diaz, the losing pitcher. 8-4 the final for Brian Anderson. And Alex Cordry, Dwayne Stamps. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast. If not, the outcome. Rays Live, the postgame comes your way next.